And hello everyone, welcome back to another Let's Play. This is Myrokos, and we are back with continuation of the Heavensward MSQ. Right now I have 3 trials to do. Hopefully I don't have another annoying fight on my hands. So the first one here is Moghan's trial, so start here. Wait. I can either choose shield or sword. Material. Let's see, Moghan's trial. Moghan would test your worthiness with a trial. Hello, yes, I am Moghan, the foremost alchemist in Moghan. If you must know, did not need to know that, but okay. If your tummy's gloopy or your wings are droopy, I have a potion to fix that. Or I would if I didn't keep running out of ingredients. Luckily, you're here to do my trial. Yes. Go forth, mighty adventurer, and mightily pluck 3 sprigs of cloud's breath for me. You'll find it blooming near the entrance to Isle Town. It's not the safest of places, so don't let yourself be too distracted by the pretty flowers. Oh, good heavens. You know what? I'm gonna pick up the others just so... Okay, Mogmug's trial. Mogmug would test your worthiness with a trial. Come on, so here we got... Item level is slightly better, but the stats are identical. Probably not worth getting that. Could be worth getting one of these. Okay, probably test your worthiness. Yes, you have the pleasure of speaking with Mogmug. I know, I am the fluffiest, most enchanting creature you have ever laid eyes upon. It isn't easy being this adorable. I can barely take a stroll outside without those relentless Dravanians throwing themselves at me. Why, they look as if they might just gobble me right up. Probably because they want to gobble you right up. Just taking a guess there. In any case, fleeing their overbearing adulation is growing a bit tiresome. Your trial, sir, is this. Find these ardent archaeosaurs and slap some manners into them. Perhaps a firm smack on the snout will teach them to appreciate my charm from afar. Charming. So exceedingly fluffy. Okay, Azale, you are succumbing to the cuteness you must resist. Just as their cousins in the Twelves would, these Mogholm Mughals excel in the manipulation of ether. There are few who could detect them if they chose not to be detected. Oh, okay. Warrior of Light, we have not spoken since the trouble with good King Mughal, and I would prefer my apologies. Had I not been bound by my duty to protect the Elder Seedseer, I would have stood with you against your accusers in Ul'dah. I owe the Elder Seedseer my life. My duty to protect her surpasses all other concerns. Okay. Mogwin's trial. Okay, we got Andrew's weapon, Scholar's weapon, Astrologian's weapon. for this one. Well, since I've unlocked Red Mage, that certainly looks promising. Although I've got the, yeah, it's probably the similar thing with the same stats, though. So healer... Well, if I decide to go Astrologian, having this could be of help. Okay. Mogwen's the name, and art is my game. When it comes to painting, there are none in Mogholm who can match my talent with a brush. I know why you have come. Chieftain Moglen has demanded that I test your trustworthiness, but I trust no one to create art that will satisfy me. I instead charge you with retrieving a masterpiece I seem to have misplaced. Oh my goodness. It was an ambitious and innovative work, guaranteed to fetch at least 4 capo nuts on the open market. You must find it. Question the masses. Surely a pebble painted with such vibrant color and unmistakable panache cannot have escaped the notice of every Moogle in Mogholm. Seriously? The Fury take these ridiculous flying rodents. Yeah, I'm kind of getting that feeling too. Oh, since we're here, we might as well ask. Mogwen is missing his masterpiece, Capo. Oh, you mean that paint-smeared mess of a pebble? I've not seen it recently, a fact for which my eyes are profoundly grateful. Yeah, I had a feeling he was not good. Maestro Mogwen has misplaced his masterpiece. Oh, happy day! If I am swifter in finding it, I will soon have a genuine Mogwen for the price of a little perspiration. Honestly, has 4 capo nuts. Honestly, who has 4 capo nuts lying about to spend on such luxuries? Okay. I don't know much about his stone, but I do know Mogwen's been creeping out the back way to Sawmall's summit from time to time, Capo. Maybe he left it up there. That was pretty straightforward. Speak with Mogwen. And perhaps he left it topside. Well, what did you find out? Yes. Now that you mention it, I do seem to recall leaving my pebble out in the sun to dry. Oh, I see that. Ahem, the second part of your trial commences. Go adventure and retrieve my masterpiece before some art-starved admirer sweeps the stone for himself. Really? And it's gonna be the other way. Because of course it's the other way. Good heavens. got it. I can't wait to fly in this zone. It'll be so much easier. Whoop. Or down. And since I'm here, I might as well swim in. Do you have it? Is my masterpiece safe? Unfortunately, yes. Yes, this is my masterwork. Is it not as exquisite? I call it Contemplations of Zenith. Thank you, sir. At last I can exchange my art for those delectable components. Chieftain Modlin will hear of this valorous deed. Seriously? That was a valorous deed, me going outside to look for a painted rock. Okay. Nothing. Oh boy. They're a lot closer than I thought. So, next one is that third one. There it is. Why? Why do I have a feeling this is going to be an annoying bit? You were able to humble my Dravanian devotees? Wonderful. You're as capable as I am captivating. Still, my precious perfection does not excuse those louts from pursuing me so mercilessly, their tongues lolling and bellies rumbling. The Dravanians and their ilk have much to learn about acceptable acts of admiration. If I decide to go Bard, having a... But, well, the thing is, I'm probably not going to do this. Might as well get that. Did you have any trouble finding Cloud's Breath? I do need it quite urgently, you know. Oh, I got it right here. Oh yes, these are perfect. Now I have the main ingredient for my palm tonic. Really? Speaking of which, how are you feeling, sir? Should you ever feel your palm is losing its bounce, then I'm your move-on. Really? Oh my goodness. Rogue Ninja. If I decide to go Dragoon and Wheat Needles. You have completed the trials of trustworthiness. Return to Chieftain Moglin and await his judgment. Moglin's judgment. Chieftain Moglin is ready to pass judgment on your trial performance. Myrokos, if that is what you insist on calling yourself, you have completed the trials of trustworthiness, administered by the taskmasters Moghan, Mogmog, and Moglin. During these grueling tests of character, I closely observed your conduct as well as that of your companions, and I am decided. Gather your friends before me now so that I need not repeat myself needlessly. Okay. Oh, is this a blue quest? No, wrong one. Wrong one. Yeah, ether current. Have you ever bathed in the waters to the northeast? Of course not, because a gang of burly Hropkins has been attacking any who goes near Lone Capo. If you were kind enough to slay a few, that might scare them away, giving me time for a dip in the waters. Of course, that would be one of them. Are these trials over, then? My tasks have been little more than household chores. If our hosts elect not to grant us their aid after working us like pack chocobos, I shall demand compensation in cuppa nuts out of principle. But I hope it will not come to that. Let us hear the chieftain's verdict, shall we? Stan, it's time for the verdict. How go your trials, warrior of light? I myself have been sent on a number of expeditions to chastise the local dragon population. Did not their chieftain wish to avoid inflaming the Dravanians? Such contradictions aside, our hosts seem entranced by the height of my leap. They compared me to Mog, a lance-wielding Mughal warrior of Eld, who also favored such attacks. It was meant as a compliment, I expect, but I doubt these furry lumps could outleap a caracal lamb, much less a dragoon. Conclude your business here swiftly, Myrokos. I like not this place. Yeah, me too. Alright, Azale, you must walk away from the cuteness. Alright, cup. We have become such friends. My Mughal cousins love to sing and dance as much as I do. Chieftain Moglin has finally come to a decision, has he? Well, I suppose I'd better flutter over and see him then. Okay. Zale, you must walk away from the fluffiness, yes. What sorcery is this? That my heart should stir at mere fluffiness. I told you to resist and you didn't. Myrokos, I was... No matter. What is it? Chieftain Moglin has made his decision. Well, let us not keep him waiting. Yeah, we kind of need to get the show running. And finally, Kane-sama. Standing here in Mogholm, my thoughts turn inevitably to the legend of Good King Mughal XII and his seat in the heaven. Like most, I thought it more than a myth, a story for younglings that grew with the telling. But with every passing moment, I become more certain that we've discovered the origin of the tale. Full eager am I to hear what the chieftain has to say. Alright, what's the verdict? Never have I seen such determined workers, Capo. It would have taken us moons to complete all these dreary chores and niggling errands. I thought these were trials. Oh dear. And have our labors proven the purity of our intentions, Chieftain? Without a doubt. In fact, there was never really all that much doubt to begin with. You were, after all, already friends with a fellow Mughal. But you see, before any meeting with Racevalker could take place, certain preparations needed to be made. And what better way to help you pass the time than by having you perform all these tiresome tasks that no one ever wants to do? Really? Yeah, Estinian, you tell him. Oh dear, the horn. Bring out the horn quickly now. We blow on this wondrous instrument whenever we wish to speak with the great worm, Kappa. We haven't perhaps been treating it with the care it deserves of late, and I think Morgan may have sat on it, so we needed some time for cleaning and polishing and straightening. Oh dear. No lasting harm done though. Now you need simply head to Zenith, the worm's dwelling to the west, and give the horn a good toot. We are in your debt, chieftain. Thanks to your noble gift, we shall finally have a chance to plead our case to Racevalger. Very possibly, yes. But I wouldn't get my hopes up too high, Kappa. The old worm isn't terribly fond of, Your concern is appreciated, but I am quite certain that Racevalger will welcome our overtures. Should we ever arrive at his lair, come, we have squandered enough time already. Chieftain Moglin, we thank you for your gracious hospitality. Though we must soon take our leave, I pray that we may continue to nurture the shoots of this new-sprung friendship twixt earth and sky. Of course, of course. Visit us whenever you wish. Consider Moghome your home amongst the clouds. Thanks for the help. I doubt I would ever have found time for all those rotten chores. You... Hey, it wasn't my idea. If the chieftain had spent a little less time sitting about and a little more time chieftaining, things would never have gotten so messy in the first place. And he was the one who sat on the horn, by the way. But now that all the errands are done and the horn is fixed, so all's well that ends well, eh? I suppose. Leaving Moghome. Moghon is ready to lead you out of Moghome. Well, I expect you're eager to be on your way. Did I mention your friend was looking for you? If not, Alphino is looking for you. I'll be waiting just outside, stretching my wings. Let me know when you are ready to depart. It will not be long now, Racevalger. I cannot wait to tell my kinsmoogles and the 12swood all about this place. They will be beside themselves with envy. Thanks to our labors, new friendships have blossomed. For this we must give thanks. I never imagined my duties would include tidying up fallen leaves in a Moogle village beyond the clouds. They had the Elder Seedseer scrubbing and sweeping. The Elder Seedseer! Oh, good heavens. Okay, let's move on. To the best of my knowledge, we have all that we need for our trip to Zenith, and I believe the Elder Seedseer and her retinue will soon be making the journey back to Gridania. It would be remiss of us, I think, not to convey our gratitude to them prior to going our separate ways, shall we? Yep. Alphino, Myrokos, I do humbly thank you for what has been a most enlightening experience. Were it not for your pioneering spirit, the existence of these Mughals might never have been revealed to us. 'Tis we who should be thankful, Elder Seedseer. Were it not for your timely diplomacy, they would never have chosen to reveal themselves at all. And 'twas your presence, Kuplokop, that ultimately won us their trust. It must have taken great courage to leave the sanctuary of the Twelves Wood, and we are exceedingly glad that you did. It was my pleasure. I've made so many new friends and have so many fantastic tales to tell my kinsmoogles back home. And it is our home that we must now return. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal, my friends. Safe journey, Elder Seedseer. We too must be on our way. Racevalgar awaits. Okay. Warrior of Light. Pray attend closely to your companion, Suristinian. Beneath that stoical facade, a storm of anguish seethes unseen. Okay. He's carrying Nidhogg's eye. That's kind of to be expected, I guess. Enough talk. Let us leave this, risible place behind us. The closer we come to Racevalgar, the higher my spirits rise. But is it I who am elated, or Saint Shiva? We have tarried over long. Let us forge ahead as swiftly as we may, lest Ishgard bear the brunt of the Horde's fury. Have you said your goodbyes and dabbed away your tears, Kappa? Then, we are indeed ready to go. The road to Zenith. Moghan has volunteered to lead you to Zenith. As Chieftain Moglan already explained, the shiny instrument we gave you is the best means of grabbing Racevalgar's attention. I'll come along and show you the way to Zenith, that's the big palace where you need to blow the horn. First things first, though, we need to make for Asa. Oh, and watch out for rampaging dragons. Maybe that should have been the first thing. Yeah, probably should have mentioned the dragons. Another blue quest. Roadkill. Mugsy is gazing fearfully at the road to Asa. You aren't thinking of heading towards Asa, are you? Best watch yourself if you are. These are Chaosaurs. Stalk the road, looking for an easy meal. If only someone could drive them away. Oh, you seem the type for dragon hunting. Why don't you slay 3 of the Archaeosaurs and open the road back up for Moogle traffic? Once the deed is done, let Mogmont and Asa know. See, first things first, I need to work my way over. Yeah, about over here, maybe. Oh, 1 second thought. Yep. Got this mob to kill. I could kill them, but probably would be best if I just focused on going this way. Don't want to pull all 3 of them and then get killed. Right, those other 3 killed. switch to dark knight for this next little bit. Have a little bit more armor. That is much better. Definitely better. This will stop. And 211 homes west. Is that someone from below? How did you get past the archaeosaurs infesting the road? What? Mogsy asked that you slay them for him? It's just like him to depend on the kindness of strangers. We've barely been able to venture outside of Asa for fear of being attacked. Now, thanks to you, the roads are just a little safer. Yeah. So happy for you. There it is. Do you see that sculpture to the south and west of here? I am all but certain it was carved in the likeness of Saint Shiva. South and west. I'm assuming that's it. Okay. Never would I have believed that so much land lay hid above the clouds. Dravania is not as I imagined it. The histories make no reference to the existence of these ruins. Curious, most curious. Things are a bit bitey for a while there, but I think we've arrived in one piece, Kubo. I wonder what has the dragons so awfully snappy. I mean, the bad ones are always bad, but they seem worse than usual. Waiting for the wind to change. Moghan seems fretful about the weather. And here we got either casting. Casting could be useful. Okay. We may have a small problem, Capo. When the winds are high like this, Reisvalger invariably abandons his lofty perch and heads to the lands below to hunt. If you tried blowing the horn now, I doubt he'd hear it. I suggest we stop at the clearing up ahead and rest until the wind dies down. Okay. And now the very elements conspire to delay our meeting with Reisvalger. I must be patient. Well, have you tried looking at the sky? What was your first guess? The fates make mock of us to be so close. Who can say when the weather will turn? I have a mind to make camp. This should do nicely. The winds will likely have died down by tomorrow, but until then, we might as well make ourselves comfortable. If we must interrupt our journey so close to its end, I suppose this place is as good as any. And mayhap a brief respite from the hardships of the road will help to clear our minds in readiness for the coming parley. Very well then. I believe a campfire is in order. Leave the gathering of fuel to me. I acquired a keen nose for firewood during my time in the frozen wastes of Carthus. Clear our minds. 'Tis Master Alphino whose mind needs clearing. The thought of meeting a great worm in the flesh has befuddled the boy. Did you see him stroll away as if these ruins were not crawling with deadly beasts? Follow him, Myrokos, and see that the wildlife does not make a meal of our young friend. We will have the camp ready by the time you return. Oh, there he is. Leave the firewood to me. Yeah, I just killed everything in range. Save for that Skylord over there, you're fine. I've prepared some things for a meal. It will be plain fare, but better than empty bellies. You know, Estinian may not be as bad as I thought. Under all those horrid spikes, he actually has a soft spot for his companions. Just a small one, mind. Oh, and don't tell him I told you, alright? I see I was right to worry about the boy's safety. Once Alphino returns with the wood, we can see about supper. The Ice Queen has filled a pot with what looked like stew ingredients ready for the fire. Oh, the weather changed very nicely. Few things compared to the simple pleasures of sitting beside a crackling campfire of one's own making. Ha! So speaks the great explorer. Until recently, you wouldn't have recognized firewood if it came with kindling and a flint. 'Tis well you instructed me so patiently then, but yes, left to my own devices, I would have been compelled to signal to Azael with a pile of damp leaves. I was born the pampered son of a Charlian dignitary, and alongside my twin became the youngest student ever to be accepted into the studio. How proud I was to match wits with scholars and philosophers, how ignorant of mine own shortcomings, that hubris invited manipulation and betrayal, and led to the downfall of the science. Well, at least he's taking ownership of his mistakes. That's progress. We, all of us, are guilty of similar ignorance. How many men laid down their lives, never knowing what it is they were fighting for, never questioning that which they have been taught to believe. 'Twas only upon meeting Reisvalger that I learned the truth hidden within our history. Were it not for that chance encounter, I would never have vowed to tear down the Holy See and expunge the falsehoods with which it fans the flames of conflict. I would have lived and died in ignorance. That the truth has driven me to do terrible things, I cannot deny. But I would rather sin in the pursuit of peace than imagine myself virtuous for perpetuating a needless war. If this journey has taught me anything, it is the importance and difficulty of holding to one's own convictions in the face of failure, of striving always to replace one's ignorance with knowledge. You are well on your way, Master Alphino. At your age, I was but a fool swinging a spear, with scarcely a thought in my head. Even now, I struggle to acknowledge the misconceptions under which I have labored. Sitting here amongst these grand ruins, how can I deny that man and dragon once lived in peace? But for all that such an age existed, we are now in a time of war. Nidhogg killed my family, and no quirk of history will exonerate him. I may be ignorant of how the Dragon Song War began, but if we do not put an end to this conflict, I can say for a certainty that it will only breed more vengeful souls such as mine. In my hands resides the power to vanquish a great worm. If Ishgard's survival rests on me wielding that power, I will slay Nidhogg myself, orders or no. Estinian, you gave your word. My word is contingent upon the success of our parley. Show me the strength of your convictions, Lady Iceheart. Convince Hraesvelgr of the righteousness of your cause. I almost said our. Doubt not that I shall, Dragoon. Well, wind's willing, we shall have our answers on the morrow. Let us sleep now and face our fate with the rising of the sun. Yep, still story. I trust you are well rested, Myrokos. Good. If we are to parley with Hraesvelgr, we shall each have need of the full complement of our wits. We must succeed in winning Hraesvelgr to our cause. Lend me your resolve, Saint Shiva. Whenever you are ready, warrior of light, full eager am I to gaze upon this great worm. Heart of Ice. Moghan is gazing meaningfully at the path to Zine. The campfire was so cozy. I must have fallen asleep. But do you feel how the winds have shifted? They will have borne Hraesvelgr back to the skies of Zenith. I'm sure of it. This is your chance to climb to the highest floor of the palace and summon him with a toot on that shiny horn. So, I'll be heading back now. If it's all the same to you, good luck. It was nice knowing you. Okay. one of the quests. I have a second one that I need to turn in. And one more location, and then several more quests. At least it's cleared up. Okay, so... so this is the place. Yeah, looks like it. It is time. Lend me your resolve, Saint Shiva.
This Lucy Anwar.
Svelga.
S in NR. Waymon MER. Skola.
By the 12. Mine ears hear the tongue of dragons, yet the meaning rings clear within my mind. How can that be?
Svelga, do you not remember me? 'Twas I whom you found in Dravania. I who glimpsed the truth. The truth about your past. About Shiva. But speak it I must. I have summoned Shiva's soul from the beyond and offered myself as her vessel. She has made her heart known to me.
Enya. Lis umways. FFXIV. En eski anshis li
I have surrendered mine to her. Do you not see, my love? I am Shiva reborn.
Angan. Esklai forul. Ineshi lai. Kano kisesole. Non shi esh olin. Inesh in eldu olin. I'm for is el ni an il ankin. Lis nesk nedi dranan. Eskia unkin nesh. Ikin nesh
Wait, so dragons were responsible for...
Then the spirit that answered me.
Be that as it may, Lord Svelga, Izel's desire to heal the rift between man and dragon is real. and it has borne us this far. We would spare both our kind and yours the ravages of this senseless war. Pray join your voice to ours in a call for peace and forgiveness.
Your tale bears scant resemblance to the one I was taught. How convenient that it should absolve your kind of all responsibility. But tell me, Dragon, why should I believe your version of events?
Ishgard's so-called heretics.
Then, The seed lies within us.
Is ros esh idran, oloson inizeg, non nish I espdiedran en, wa ulwa skola es alakin el andranken, mondo.
Ye gods, I have borne witness to such a transformation. Looked on as a heretic assumed the shape of a dragon. I imagined it some manner of Dravanian enchantment. But if any Ishgardian, regardless of allegiance, has such potential within them, 12 forgive us. To think of all the dragons we've slain!
War ulmon alaan as drago. Kawol smain kol su thrahal seskmoni se an inkinizeg.
Oft have I wondered why Nidhogg did not simply raze Ishgard to the ground. Now I have my answer. He has no intention of winning the Dragonsong War, for it is no war at all, but vengeance, an eternal requiem sung for his murdered sister.
Ice in drago, ale inia in.
I have not come this far only to admit defeat. We can still return the eye to Nidhogg and beg forgiveness for our ancestors' crimes. Mayhap our words will sway him.
Ja an, lis as an in la tu ole ul in an hes isu. Mik du set in sori, nosta no lis as dui forfa in. Ka, an isi a ultran as niseg for, an lai as nesh I an iratatoska. En sith son ishi eskfa ulgar los an. Snosk for an, non an lis I an. Skol I lens an. Skola.
Well, that was, eliminating. What false god is this Shiva? What manner of phantom have I welcomed into my heart? As predicted, Iceheart's faith in the worm was misplaced, which leaves us with but one recourse. You know I have the right of it, Warrior of Light. Grace Falco was every bit as awe-inspiring as I imagined. His voice fairly dripped with power, the will behind his words so undeniable that it transcended my ignorance of the dragon's tongue. 'Tis but a pity that I misliked what he said. For what so far did we travel, even unto the very heavens themselves, only to be dismissed like unruly children, and far from mitigating this humiliation. The hidden truths we have learned serve only to prove that our grand mission of peace was destined to fail from the first. Ah, El Colonel, hello, how are you? Nothing will deter Nidhogg from this course. Iceheart's faith in the worm was misplaced, which leaves us with but one road to follow. The worm's lair. Alphino is considering your party's next course of action. No worries. The cutscenes are very good to watch.
We do now? I, for one, am intent on continuing to the east.
What is there to be found in the east?
Nidhogg's lair, the Eyrie, is said to lie in that direction. And the eye tells me he is near.
You cannot still mean to slay him.
You cannot still mean to stop me. I have been true to my word, and aided you in this fool's errand with Hraesvelgr. But your efforts at parley have come to naught, Lady Iceheart. I would see Ishgard saved, and for that, Nidhogg must die.
With the tale of our ancestors' vile betrayal yet ringing in your ears, you speak of continuing this war?
Nay, lady. I would but pierce its vengeful heart. When Nidhogg dies, this war shall die with him.
A moment, Estinian. You yourself spoke of the Great Worm's strength, that you believed him powerful enough to raise your city to the ground. How then are we few to challenge him? Even behind the stout walls of Ishgard, with an army of knights manning the defenses, our victory would be hard won. Yet you propose to contend with the beast in his own lair.
In close combat, this will afford us an advantage. And if the tales are true, the Warrior of Light has bested many an invincible foe. But such speculation is meaningless if we cannot even find the worm. Our first task must be to seek out Nidhogg's lair.
The story of this nation grows bloodier by the moment. Must death always be answered with more of the same?
Such is the way of things, I fear. I shall consider it a miracle if mine armor is not stained crimson ere this conflict is ended.
That I should be blinded by my own lies. Everything I believed, everything I thought I was, gone. All gone.
Leave her. Your words will not reach her now. And we have not the time to wait for her to gather up the pieces of her shattered faith.
What false god is this Shiva? What manner of phantom have I welcomed into my heart? I'm kind of not wanting to leave her here, but we do have places to be. Say just one more location and all those quests. Okay, that gives us all of the locations, and then I have the rest of the blue quests to complete. I'm going to need to go back and pick up plunge. Just so I have that in my skill set. Estinian, pray tell me I am wrong. Yeah, it's up there, isn't it?
Is that it?
Aye, that would be the Eyrie. I feel Nidhogg's presence through the eye, his caustic hatred gnawing at my soul. 'Twould seem the death of his consort has put him on guard. Mark how he wards his lair with tempestuous winds.
A similar barrier once barred our entrance to the Primal Garuda's domain, until we discovered the means by which it could be penetrated. Mayhap it is time we called upon Master Garland. 'Twill be just like the good old days, no?
If our only remaining recourse is to violence, then we should seek out the swiftest path to victory. With every moment we hesitate, Ishgard's prospects grow bleaker. New winds, old friends. Estinian would have you enlist the aid of said Garland. A force of sufficient power to break through a primal's defenses might conceivably grant us access to the Eyrie. And I can offer no better solution. Pray consult this engineer friend of yours. Ishgard has a lot of Elizans. Ishgard was founded by Elizans, so that's not too surprising. Very well, on the occasion that you swear not to lure Nidhogg from his lair in our absence. And steal all the glory for myself, you mean? Nay, I am not so selfish as that. Contact me by link pearl when your preparations are complete, and we shall set forth from Ishgard together. I suggest we rendezvous back at St. Renet's for Myrokos. From what I gleaned of the Holy Sea's decidedly ambitious airship, Cid will still be in Ishgard. Go meet with your engineer friend. I shall remain here and keep vigil over the one. Well, first things first, let's go back to Moghome. Turn in that other Ethernet current quest. When last you saw Master Garland, he was advising the Ishgardians on their ailing airship, correct? In that case, he might still be at Camp Cloudtop. Failing that, we could try the airship landing, or mayhap even the Skysteel manufactory. But let us not waste time searching aimlessly. Someone in the city is sure to know where to find him. The question is who? Sir Emmerich would seem the obvious choice, but there is no guaranteeing he will be able to grant us an audience at short notice. Ah, I have it. Count Edmund's youngest son prides himself on knowing all of the Holy See's juiciest rumors. Let us return to the manor and see if Lord de Manalain is about. If he's not about, then he's probably lurking in the jeweled cruiser. Just a guess. Oh, well, guess he's here. When it comes to exchanging information of uncertain origin, Lord de Manalain is something of a prodigy. We were fortunate to find Lord de Manalain at home. The tavern keeper's loss is our gain. Ah, the hero returns. How goes the fight, old boy? Well, I trust, In search of a Sid Garland, you say? Then say no more. The taverns are full of talk, and the name of said silver-haired genius has cropped up more often than most. I hear that he has been tasked with getting that monstrous airship the Holy See commissioned to actually fly. It would seem the project has been plagued with mishaps from the first. In any case, Garland Ironworks employees are known to frequent the airship landing, and I'll wager their Master Sid does too. The airship landing? Yes, I thought as much. Come, Myrokos. We must find Sid and trouble him for his expert opinion. If you do find Master Garland at the airship landing, I trust you won't forget who told you where to look, credit where credit's due, and all that. Well, look who it is. If Ishgard comes under attack, we'll have to get out of the city pretty sharpish. Don't much like the idea of leaving a job half-finished, though. What's that? There are dragons coming? Sorry. Can't talk now. Have to finish this job and get out of here. Well, not so fast. We have a job for you ourselves. Myrokos, Alphano. How fare you both? Not terribly well, judging by your faces. Greetings, Master Garland. I am sure it will come as little surprise when I tell you we have need of a favor. Another wind barrier. And you say it was conjured by Nidhogg? The Enterprise could certainly take you where you need to go, but she wouldn't fare well against dragons. She's agile for a ship her size, but not that agile. The Dravanians would fly rings around her. And if they took it into their heads to incinerate the rigging, there would be precious little we could do to avoid them. But there must be something we can do, some manner of weapon we could employ. Estinian stands vigil at the edge of the churning mists, but we do not know how much longer. Alright, I didn't say it was impossible, I said it was impossible for the Enterprise. We need a smaller boat. Biggs, Wedge, it's time we gave the new toy of yours a proper field test. They have a new toy? It's probably best if I let the lads show you. Come on, the manufactory's not far. Yes, the Skysteel Manufactory. As I recall, this workshop is primarily devoted to the construction of dragon-slaying weapons. They all want to build bigger, but we know where the future is headed. The Ishgardians have granted us the use of a small corner of their workshop, all part of the agreement. I think you'll see we've made the most of the space. Our little project's just inside. Oh, you're going to like this one.
Feast your eyes upon our latest and greatest feat of engineering. We call it a mana cutter.
After you put down Gaius, Wedge and me struck out on our own for a bit, and started work on the successor to the tiny Bronco.
Impressive little thing, isn't she? My talent for ship design has plainly rubbed off on them. They've adapted the principles of corrupted crystal technology and constructed a mechanism which converts ether from its surroundings into elemental wind. Said wind is then harnessed by the specially engineered sails, providing the craft with propulsion and lift. All in all, a most elegant solution. I'm actually a little upset that I didn't think of it myself.
The design does, however, come with one small flaw.
The energy conversion ratio's bloody awful. To generate enough power to get you off the ground, you need to be in an area awash with predominantly wind-aspected ether.
In other words, there are a few places you can fly, and lots of places you can't.
The new Ishgardian airship hasn't left the boys much time for tinkering, meaning it may be a while before this particular project takes off, if you'll forgive the pun.
But what now?
Tataru, what's happened?
I've been looking all over for you. There's been word from Ulda. It's about Her Grace the Sultana.
It seems you're required elsewhere. Leave the Mana Cutter with us. We'll see that she's airworthy and suitably equipped to slice through those winds. You, meanwhile, should concentrate on providing Raoban and the Sultana whatever help they need.
I'm as intrigued as you, Myrokos. Shall we hear what news Tataru has brought us? The General summons. Tataru has news for you from Ulda. General Raoban says they may have uncovered the Sultana's whereabouts. And he wants you, by which I mean both of you, to go to the Waking Sands right away and help with the investigation. Come, Myrokos. Pressing though Ishgard's plight may be, our presence here will not serve to hasten the Mana Cutter's completion. Let us return to the troubled lands of Thanalan and lend what aid we may. Tataru, have our friends at the congregation send a message to Estinian. Tell him we may have identified a solution to our problem, but that it will take some time to prepare. As you wish, Master Alphino. To the Waking Sands, Warrior of Light, 'tis past time Ulda was delivered from this darkness. Yeah, but first I need to take a little stretch break and also do the Dark Knight questline. Then again, I think I also have... Do I have Black Mage? No, not yet. Dark Knight, yes. So first things first. Get myself over there if you need to take a break, stretch your legs or whatever. Suggest you do it now. I'm going to step away in a moment. And then we will do the Dark Knight quest. So, see you in a bit. Okay, I'm back after grabbing a very quick bite of something to eat. So, kindred spirits, the words of the Vanu shaman, yet trouble Sidur. So a great spirit dwells within Ryle. If that shaman is to be believed, we need answers, Myrokos, and I can think of no one better to ask than those who commune with spirits regularly. I speak of Gridania's conjurers, who can hear the voices of the Twelveswood, or so it is said. It's just as well. Frey told me she had an aptitude for their arts. What had taken him what had taken him moons to learn, she mastered in days. Sometimes these talents run in the family, he said. Mayhap her ancestors were conjurers after a fashion. Whatever the reason, there is no guarantee it is related to what the shaman said or why the Tumble Knights wish her dead. If past experience is any indication, they will be tracking us the moment we leave the city. It is not a question of if they will attack us, but when. But you will be ready for them, I see. Then let us be off. The road should be safe so far as Camp Dragonhead. How much further is it to Gridania? I've never been. They're close. I can feel it. Stay with Ryle. I'm going to scout out the road to the observatorium. Follow at a distance. If they come, do whatever it takes to see her safely inside the walls. Good. That's a promise. Please be safe, Sid. I'm ready, Myrokos, whenever you are. You're not hurt, are you? No. Myrokos, thank the gods you are alright. Gah, I should have known they would strike when we were apart. They're certain to return with reinforcements ere long. We must press on south into Gridanian territory. Until we reach the city proper, we cannot be assured of safety. We leave now, Ryle. You can rest once we reach Stillglade Fane. Hello, brother Sumiyon. Long time no see. Ah, Myrokos, you are come to continue your studies? A great spirit, is it? If it please, I would examine this girl myself. It is the very least I can do for one who has ever been a friend of the Tobswood. Ah, but where are they? Apologies for our late arrival. Ryle grew tired and I had to carry her part of the way. I could have kept walking. Our burdens need not be our own, child. There is no shame in sharing the weight. Who's the boy? I am Brother Isumiyon, master of this guild, and though you will labor to believe it, young man, I am several times your age. You must be Ryle. Myrokos has told me all about you. Pray, come closer and take your ease. I ask that you close your eyes and listen to my words. Breathe deep. Feel the myriad of life around you. Be as one with the world. Well, the Vanu shaman spoke true, after a fashion. Her spiritual presence belies her years. It is clearly not the product of training, rather an innate power with which she radiates, akin to that of the elementals, or the Dravanians. You can't be serious. She's just a girl. Yes, she is. A very special girl. Mayhap you are familiar with the tale of the boy and the dragon gay. No. Hardly surprising, the Archbishop declared it a heretic's tale, and with good cause. It is a corruption of an older legend, in which a man partakes of dragon blood, and in so doing becomes one himself. Rumor has it that heretics hold such rituals for this very purpose, and if there is truth in such tales, perchance she has ingested the blood of an ancient dragon. What? She's not some half-crazed lunatic. I make no accusations, only offer a possible explanation. Moreover, who is to say that she did so knowingly? You... Excuse me. Pray forgive me. I did not mean to cause you distress. You have nothing to fear, my child, for you are in perfect health and blessed with 2 loyal guardians. Would that others could say the same. I think Ryle would benefit from a brief respite before returning to Ishgard, unused to the rigors of the road as she is. Why not show her to the Carline canopy? An eel pie can do wonders for the soul. We thank you for your time. Such a gentle soul. I can see why he is so fond of her. Okay. Fairy tales and fantasies. This is what he has to offer us? Heretics, I understand, but I expected better from the bloody head of the Conjurers Guild. And you, why didn't you speak up for yourself? Ryle. There were no windows, just walls of stone with little cracks to tempt your fingers and iron bars colder than ice. I couldn't tell when it was raining, whether it was day or night. She didn't say I drank blood, all she said was, "It's better this way." At least if they catch me, they'll just kill me this time. Can I finish my apple? Go ahead. It's not a sin if someone made you do it. I didn't. I won't let them hurt you. I know. You want another one? No, thank you. Right then. Keep an eye on her until she's finished eating, would you? I could do with some fresh air. Okay. Thank you for waiting with me, Myrokos. Shall we go and find Sid? Do you need a moment? Well, I've had my fill of the forest. Back to Ishgard then. I think Ryle and I can manage on our own for now. Shall we? Back to Ishgard. The apples were good, but maybe I should have tried the eel pie after all. That was a blessedly uneventful journey. Mayhap the Temple Knights were still nursing the injuries you gave them. Ryle was worried they might try to ambush you on the road, but I assured her you would be fine. I must apologize, Myrokos, for all you have done for us. I fear I have yet to adequately recompense you. I will continue to share with you what skills I can. Alas, I fear we near the limits of my knowledge. Come back soon.
Thank you for coming.
No thanks are necessary, General. I trust your recuperation continues apace.
I cannot complain. Thanks to Higiri and her ministrations, I've regained much of the strength I lost during my imprisonment.
I gather you have made progress in the search for Her Grace.
Aye, some good fortune at last.
A few days past, Dulala informed us that a sizable shipment of alchemical supplies had been delivered to the palace.
With Papa Shan's assistance, I set out to ascertain the source and nature of the shipment. My inquiries led me to Frondale's frontistery. There, I learned that an order had been placed for a curious substance designed to sustain patients trapped in death-like slumber. An invention of the former head alchemist, apparently.
A death-like slumber? This cannot be a coincidence.
It lends some weight to Dulala's claims, aye. Her Grace is likely somewhere within the palace, abed but alive.
Before making any attempt to extricate the Sultana, however, it seemed prudent to learn what manner of substance was used to induce her torpor. To that end, I made inquiries as to the whereabouts of the one most like to have administered it, the lady-in-waiting, Meriel. We sent for you as soon as we learned of her location. All that remains is to apprehend the woman.
We shall find our cat's paw in the Silver Bazaar. But we must tread carefully. The market is not the bustling place it once was, and someone is sure to mark our coming. Should they inform the monetarists, we'll have a fight on our hands. We must be prepared for the worst, and being short an arm, I thought it wise to take another in its stead. What say you, Warrior of Light? Will you lend me yours?
Absolutely.
Then I pity the bastard that stands in our way. Come, my friends, for Nanamo, and for Ul'dah!
If one had chosen to entrap the Sultana in a death-like sleep rather than slay her, then one would surely also know of a means to rouse her from said state. There must be an antidote to this poison. Our target is Meriel, the Sultana's former lady-in-waiting. I called it, you know, she was the one carrying the wine. Yeah. A woman of Midlander heritage. I am told the two of you have met. Yep. Our sources indicate that she left the palace shortly after the incident and quietly rejoined the dwindling population of the Silver Bazaar. I suggest we begin by questioning the market's residents and confirm that Meriel is still in hiding there. Okay. No, I don't want to do it. Muriel? Aye, she's here. Left the city for good, she says. Barely leaves her house, though. It's the one closest to the market entrance. Okay. Oop, there's Dulama's here as well. Easy now, General. We don't want her bolting down some other hole. Gods damn it, where is she? I will tear this place apart if I must. Oh dear. No. Let us gather all the players together. This has gone on long enough. Step in. I suppose it was too much to ask that we stumble upon her buying fruit in the market square. Yeah. And what brings you to our lonely little hamlet? I believe the arrival of your entourage just about doubled our population. Looking for Muriel, you say. If you're hoping to lure her back to Ul'dah, you may as well give up now. The girl's done with city life. Our target is Muriel, the Sultana's former lady-in-waiting, a woman of Midlander heritage. I am told the two of you have met. Our sources indicate she left the palace shortly after the incident and quietly rejoined the dwindling population. Okay, yeah. Do I know of any returning residents? Gods, don't tell me they're starting to come back. My masters will not be pleased to hear of this. How curious. Well, there you are.
You are Muriel, the Sultana's former lady-in-waiting?
I know no one of that name. Pray excuse me. General Alden!
We will have the truth from you, girl.
Mayhap it would be better coming from me.
Oh, this guy.
Lonorito, you'd best talk fast.
As you know, Teleji Adeleji's Cartano reclamation bill was no more than a facade. A means to get his grubby little hands on that Allagan monstrosity Omega. When he learned of Nanamo's intention to abdicate, however, he was forced to amend his plans. Suddenly, assassination seemed the most promising way to further his ambitions. I am told Teleji had discovered a maid in whose veins ran the blood of House Thorn, a new, more pliable puppet to sit the throne. 'Twould have caused an uproar, of course, but few could have contested her claim. 'Twas plain that Teleji's wild machinations had outgrown our ability to control them. So I decided to usurp his scheme and left the fool to seal his own demise.
And what of Nanamo?
Oh, I have no desire to harm her grace. 'Twould profit me little to destabilize our government. Thus did I employ young Mariel here to administer a potent sleeping potion in place of a poison. You should know, General, that your dear friend Ilberd was fully aware of my plan. I had him lie about the assassination as a means to prime your rage against Teleji. We weren't entirely sure how you would react, but things went rather better than expected.
You conniving little worm! You had your claws in the Crystal Braves before their first recruit had sworn to serve!
But of course, when a new game begins, 'tis only prudent to have a piece on the board. Ilberd was mine. Truth be told, a significant proportion of the Braves' initial endowment was also mine. With such large sums moving about, 'twas a rather trifling matter to disguise my own contribution. Ah, Ilberd. I secured his services with a promise to support his cause once my authority had been solidified. I swear, the man thinks of naught but prizing Alamigo from the grasp of the Empire. Unlike you, General, the poor fellow seems quite unable to forsake the land of his forefathers. Mayhap that's why he called you a traitor to your people and a disgrace to your homeland, amongst other things. What was it he always compared you to? Oh, yes, an overgrown lapdog begging for scraps at the Sultana's table. Oh, how we laughed. Alas, Ilberd's entertaining little outbursts eventually gave way to wearisome tirades, and the zealous brute became rather unruly. I had no wish to see you executed, you understand, but he would not take no for an answer. Rest assured, his employment with me has long since ended. Which brings us neatly to the present. What say you, General? Both you and the Sultana are alive. We have one corpse and one fugitive, and preparations have been made to restore your good name. Shall we cry quits and start again with a blank ledger?
The hells we will! Do you honestly expect me to forgive and forget? After all you've done? You're guilty of high treason!
Stay your blade, Master Alden. You yourself are not innocent. Or have you forgotten your own crime in executing Teleji Adeleji without trial? Though you acted out of loyalty to the Sultana, such deeds are in violation of both the word and spirit of the law. If you would, Lord Lolorito?
This potion will wake the Sultana from her slumber. Consider it a gesture of conciliation. You will find Her Grace resting comfortably within her private chambers. Should you doubt my word, I shall willingly accompany you to the palace as your hostage.
I like not your motives, Lolorito. But you saved the Sultana's life, and for that, you have my gratitude.
Rauban Aldin, you are hereby reinstated as General of the Immortal Flames. The citizens of Ul'dah shall once more be united under Nanamo Ul'Namo, and together we shall usher in a new age of prosperity.
Well, that was bittersweet. You had killed the one you served. Pray excuse my mutterings. I was reminded of a line from an old poem. By the 12th, I feared Lord Lolorito's arrival would herald another bloodbath. Little did I suspect that he, of all people, would gift us the means to rouse the Sultana. Awakening in Ul'dah. Alphino would see this dark chapter in Uldah's history brought to a close. Shall we also make our way to Ul'dah? I should imagine Bartholomew has been instructed to admit us. I hope Lord Lolorito's potion is as effective as he claims. It would appear that the Syndicate has moved swiftly to clear our names. Bartholomew, for one, does not seem remotely surprised by our presence here. Flame General Raubon mentioned you might be coming. Please, this way if you will.
I was having the longest dream.
"'Tis time to wake up, Your Grace. Another day begins in Thanalan, and the sun blazes bright upon the sands. Her Grace is awoken. The palace physician assures me she's none the worse for her slumber. I believe Her Grace will soon resume her plans to place the government of Uldar into the hands of its citizens. Whatever path she chooses to take, I shall walk it with her. And we shall tread slowly, lest the nation be unsettled in our wake.
Her Grace's compassion is a shining beacon to us all. But what our city truly thrives upon is competition. 'Tis in the struggle against our rivals that opportunities are seized and fortunes made. And with the Empire on the offensive once more, now would hardly seem the time to turn our system of government upon its head.
Are you privy to new intelligence, my lord?
I would hardly call it new. Remind me, what was the name of that enormous Imperial warship which met its end in Mordona? Oh, wait, I have it. The Agrias. Yes, well, 'twould appear that the Garleans have been hard at work on another such vessel.
How close are they to completing this ship? Is it operational?
Its maiden flight was a success, I hear. I should imagine Emperor Varys is eager to see how it performs in battle. My lords and lady, I move that it is time to repair the damage caused by Teleji Adeleji and prepare our great nation to repel the Empire once more.
"'Tis well that the Sultana has awoken. The Syndicate yet needs to put its house in order, but 'twould seem the worst of the confusion has passed. Uldar has taken control of its future, and I must do the same." I have decided to disband the Crystal Braves. Among the recruits, there were those who supported our Order's goals and convictions with all sincerity. 'Tis my hope that these loyal men and women will choose to remain our allies in the battles to come. As for those who sided with the traitor, Ilberd, they shall be hunted down and held to account for their crimes. It is my earnest hope that they will surrender themselves peaceably when the time comes, though I think it unlikely. Ah, my all-conquering Crystal Braves. The model army meant to pave the way for a single unified Grand Company of Eorzea. That so high an ideal should be brought so low. I need not tell you how deeply the betrayal stung me. Yet I see now that it was mine own naivety and pride which allowed the Braves to fall prey to corruption. As ever, it is to your own shining example that I turn for inspiration. Like you, I mean to stand firm in the face of hardship and give mine all for the cause. Let us resume the search for our missing comrades, that we might come together to shine the light of dawn across the realm once more. The role of Crystal Brave Commander suited me ill, and I shall play it no longer. Henceforth, I shall be no more or less than Alphino, proud member of the Scions.
He is starting to come around, but it's gonna take a little while longer for me personally. I blush to speak thus of mine inner turmoil. But the fact remains, there is no man alive in whom I would rather confide. Were it not for your shining example, I might never have emerged from beneath the pall of my despair. Brave resolution. Alphino would know how things stand at the Rising Stones. Still no word from Master Garland. I hope this mana cutter of theirs is nearing completion. I am assured that her grace will make a full recovery. I, and Ulda too, shall flourish once more. General Rauban and his colleagues have matters well in hand, I believe. Lady Yugiri, a question, if I may. I believe your people have been keeping a close watch on the Crystal Braves. Might you know how things stand at the Rising Stones? Ah, yes, of course. You will be pleased to know that the 3rd Unit Braves abandoned Revenant's Toll when they learned Captain Ilberd's inbred's defeat. The only blue uniforms to be seen there now are those worn by soldiers loyal to you, Master Alphino. To me? I see. I am grateful to hear that at least some of our members were true to their oaths. Ere we return to Ishgard, I must go to the Rising Stones and thank these stalwarts for their service. It shall be my final act as Crystal Brave Commander. Will you join me, Myrokos? You were there at the company's inception. 'Tis only fit that you be present at its end. And I would appreciate the support. Oh, it's been so long since I've done this. Commander, you're alive. And Myrokos, too. I knew you'd scrape through. My splendid Crystal Braves, I have wronged you, all of you. My promises of glory and salvation have brought you naught but blood and betrayal. Bah, you'll not hear us complaining. 'Twas a sight messier than expected, but we was still fighting for freedom, for the freedom of all, just like we swore. Ain't that right, mates? Aye. You humble me. I am truly blessed to have such steadfast comrades. It is with the most profound regret then that I must... That's enough of that, Commander. We know what you haven't, what you've a mind to say, and we ain't having none of it. We've talked it over, and we're all agreed. You can take off our uniforms and strip us of our ranks, but we won't be no less of a company. But the Crystal Braves... The Crystal Braves may be finished, but the ideals upon which the company was founded live on. They bind us to each other and to you. Commander, Alphino, our minds are made up, so you may as well get used to it. Let us help the Scions. Let us help you find Minfilia and the others. Yeah, where is Minfilia? And where are the others? That's something we haven't been able to deal with. My friends, after all that has happened, I know not what to say. Now we have the Rising Suns back. Oh my goodness, look at the mess this place is. Eek. We must repair this damage if our minds are to find focus. Now, where to begin? First things first, we must needs put the Rising Stones in order. We cannot have the Archons return to find their headquarters in such a shambles. Yeah. I sent Shinobi to spy upon the Brass Blades, and it would seem that Ida and Papalimo's resistance accounted for a sizable number of the company's soldiers. All we know for certain, however, is that our friends' corpses were not found amongst the bodies they left behind. Oh, so they lived. They didn't die in that arcane explosion. That's good to know. I feel blessed to have witnessed such a display of camaraderie. Myrokos Tia, I joined the Crystal Braves in the hopes of following in your footsteps, and I do not regret the decision, not even for a moment. If we scrutinize the Scion's records, they should provide us with the likely locations to which the missing Archons might have fled. Put your mind at ease. It is for work just such as this that we have been trained. We'll find the missing Scions, I promise you. Between us and the immortal flames, no stone in Eorzea will be left unturned. I don't know if you know, but during that God's damned feast, Flamine got ambushed by some 3rd unit curs over in Limsa. I'm told she danced free of their noose, though. Ain't heard nothing since, but my guess is she's lying low somewhere in the port. Pray excuse me. I had thought my tears spent. My grandfather used to say that one could measure a man by the constancy of his comrades. Mayhap I am the exception which proves the rule. Nay, do not protest. I know that I am not worthy of their loyalty, Myrokos. But as Thaliak is my witness, I shall do everything in my power to earn it. Ready to fly. Alphano has matters to attend to at the Rising Stones. I must speak of future plans with the remaining Braves. Any information we uncover on the missing Scions will need to be shared with our allies across the realm, specifically Urianger in the Waking Sands and Tataru in Ishgard. While we are organizing our various channels of communication, I would ask that you call upon Master Garland at the manufactory. I will join you in Ishgard as soon as I am able. I am informed that Flamine and her bodyguards, Horibalder and Coltene, went missing shortly after the feast. Our list of absent friends grows longer. Okay, so back to Ishgard. We've been working on a second vessel while we perfected the prototype. Don't worry, they'll both be able to handle the winds you're expecting. So sleepy. What? I'm awake. Myrokos, how in the 7 hells do you do it? I was just about to send for you. We have, but this moment, completed the Manicutter's first successful test. A few minor adjustments and she'll be ready to go. While we see to the finishing touches, you might want to pay a visit to Fortal Manor. A dragoon by the name of Estinian was looking for you. Loitering around here won't speed up matters. Leave the boys to apply their finishing touches and go see to your friend. You have fulfilled your obligations to the old Dons, then? Mr. Stotaro has been keeping me apprised of the situation. Once I learned that these mana cutters of Master Garland's were nearing completion, I saw no reason to tarry in the mists. For the present, Nidhogg seems content to remain in the Eyrie, plotting his revenge. Might not this be an apt moment to unfold our plans to Sir Emeric? I think we have kept him in the dark long enough. Sir Emeric has been eager to speak with you. Pray proceed.
All stands ready, Lord Commander.
The moment has come, then.
Pray excuse my lateness. I paid a brief visit to the workshop to inquire about the mana cutters. The engineers assure me that they're ready.
The area is now but a short flight away. Yet what a long and winding path we took to reach this point. Were it not for Master Alphino's proposal, we never would have attempted to parley with the dragons. Though our negotiations yielded little, our expedition with Lady Isar taught us much.
You took an unimaginable risk. I could scarce believe the tale Estinian told.
Aye. 'Tis true that many of our countrymen would sooner die than join hands with the heretic's mistress. But 'twas through that most unlikely of alliances that we came to speak with Hraesvelgr.
A conversation that went rather poorly, as I recall.
In this instance, the journey was more important than the destination. Had we not slain Nidhogg's consort, Tiaman, and put the Great Worm on his guard, the Dravanians would have arrived at Ishgard's walls long ago.
Aye, that they would. Full grateful am I for every hour of respite your actions have afforded us. Thanks to you, our defenses are much improved. 'Tis but a pity they won't be enough.
Thus you believe an assault upon the area represents the city's best chance of survival. Is that not so, Estinian?
I am under no illusions. Nidhogg's might is legendary. But with his eye in my possession, I can stifle his strength at the source. Victory will be hard won, even so. And I shall be glad indeed to have the Warrior of Light at my side.
You shall have my blade as well. There are more of these mana cutters to be had, yes?
Lord Commander, no!
How can I, a proud knight of Ishgard, stand by and do naught while an outsider risks life and limb for our homeland? I swore an oath to protect this city.
Pray leave the slaying of dragons to dragoons, Sir Knight. Your duty to command the city's defense is no less vital. Should we fail, and Nidhogg slip through our grasp, who then will hold the walls against him? Will you leave Ishgard in the hands of the Holy Sea's zealots?
There are others.
Who but you has the authority and the standing to orchestrate a city-wide defense? I do not, and neither does the Warrior of Light. That is why it is our place to fight, and yours to remain here, Lord Commander. What? You too, Master Alphino? By the Fury! You have shown some promise, but this adversary is far beyond your skills.
Your candor is appreciated, Sir Dragoon. I shall remain then and cheer you from afar.
Well, my friend, would seem I have discouraged the last of the volunteers, and claimed the task as ours alone. But if any alive can best this worm, 'tis surely we too.
I've pricked Master Alphina's pride, I fear, but had I been less forceful, the boy would have insisted on accompanying us to the Eyrie. Do not think me blind to his talent. With a few more campaigns under his belt, I have no doubt that Alphino will make a fine field commander. But one does not practice on an adversary such as Nidhogg. We shall be hard-pressed enough without the added worry of carrying a novice. Into the Eyrie. Estinian is eager to set forth for the Eyrie. Ooh, get a mana cutters amount! Yay! We have tarried long enough. Let us call upon Master Garland and take possession of the mana cutters. Of curiosity. I still got a blue quest. Yeah. Well, I'll just have to figure that part out later. I didn't recall seeing any blue quests before I left. Otherwise I would have done it. Nice. The moment is at hand, Warrior of Light. Oh, I guarantee you won't find any loose rivets. We triple tracked. These little beauties are our pride and joy, and now they're yours, so be careful with them, eh? I make no such promises. Myrokos, old friend, the cutters are ready when you are. The finer adjustments cost us a few sleepless nights, but we got there in the end. Which means you can get where you need to go. I tell you, these little beauties will tear through that wind barrier like a cermet drill through cottage cheese. And that, my friends, is a Garland Ironworks guarantee. You have our thanks. Come, Warrior of Light. The dread worm awaits. To the Mana Cutters, Warrior of Light, the Dreadworm awaits. Okay, I'll create a Dungeons, the Eerie, Objective, Duplication, one Private Party, 2211. Yeah, I'll do it as my Black Mage, since I mean Black Mage. Okay. So there it is, if you're up for joining. If you're watching this live and you're up for joining, the code is 2211. I'll give the party finder queue listing a couple more minutes. And then if nobody's there, I'll just queue straight up. Okay, it's been a couple of minutes. I think and since nobody's come, I'll just end the party listing and just queue straight up. beginning to wonder if I should swap over to Dark Knight and re-queue. Though for all I know, that could just reset everything and I still wait just as long. Yeah, I had half a mind to step away and take care of something a little quick, just throw something out that I didn't need while waiting, and then suddenly, boop, she popped. Tether thing on the 8. And can I please get a rotation off? top ley lines, but okay. Oh dear. Did you have a gun now? Hang on, I'm knocking over my keys. You're disrupting my ability to First phase, don't stand in front, it'll shoot bubbles, and they'll do mine AoEs targeted at DPS 99% of the time. Yeah, no worries, all Colonel. I thought I'd put the party finder up, but then after a little while, it's like, okay, just queue straight up.
No, Worm! This ends here!
Well, he got his armor bloodied.
You gifted my people 1,000 years of suffering! Now I gift you an eternity in darkness.
What's going on now? The crystal coming back.
They are ours, Lord Haldrath. The eyes of Nidhogg.
Aye. The worm lies broken and my father is avenged. With the wellspring of his vitality thus denied him, Nidhogg shall not linger long in this world. But behold the terrible price we have paid. My sire is dead. So many brother knights slain. We traded our honor for the strength which now courses in our veins. And still we are forced to make such sacrifice.
But not in vain, my lord. Hraesvelgr is the only great worm left in Dravania, and he dares not leave his lair. With Nidhogg's eyes in your possession, who now can challenge the might of Ishgard, ascend the throne, and take your rightful place as the ruler of our people?
Nay, my friend. I must forsake the mantle of king. Though Nidhogg be defeated, his wormling horde yet darkens the skies with wings beyond counting. As one who partook of Ratatoska's strength, it shall be my penance to bear a knight's arms until death grants me leave to retire. When that day comes, no prince shall perish, but a hell's-bound hunter of dragons.
But Lord Haldrath, what then shall become of the royal line?
Think of your people, my lord. Without a king, who will the common man turn to in his hour of need? How will he find his way without your benevolent hand to guide him?
I thank you, Sir Flavian and Sir Silvertrill, for dispelling my remaining doubts. With men of such wisdom and compassion in service to the realm, 'tis plain that Ishgard has no need of a king. But if you must bow to the demands of tradition, you need look no further than yourselves for one worthy to wear the crown. Fare thee well, my brother knights, my loyal friends. On these shoulders shall I bear the weight of my father's sins. With this lance shall I repay the debt accrued through our misdeeds.
What cruel jest has fate played upon us? Have we seized this desperate victory only to lose a king?
We can but act as our lord has bid. We few who remain must divide between us the rulership of Ishgard and her people.
Not I. My oath was to Lord Haldrath, and he alone. If he is not to be king, then I would hang up my shield as well.
Will you abandon us too, sir?
I would wash my hands of blood and betrayal, and take up an honest trade. Mayhap I shall serve ale instead of sharpened steel.
The Forgotten Knight? Huh.
We four, then.
Forton, Hylanat, Dyrendare, and Zemail. But 4 houses to rule all of Ishgard.
And what of the throne?
We keep it empty. Until the day a king rises once more, we must assume the role of stewards. We shall shape our nation anew with a history of our own making, and let the truth of this dark day die here, upon the battlefield.
What ails you, friend? Are you wounded?
No, that was the echo.
You have borne witness to history. To the culmination of the first battle with Nidhogg. The legend of Ishgard's founding tells that our ancestors were led to the land of Kurthus by the valiant King Thordan. In the midst of their journey, they came to a wide chasm, where they were set upon by a great worm, Nidhogg. A furious battle then ensued, with Thordan leading the van. Though the brave king was slain defending his people, his son, Haldrath, the first Azure Dragoon, fought on undaunted. And with a mighty thrust of his lance, he gouged out Nidhogg's eye, forcing the wicked creature into retreat.
But he took
Thus
both eyes.
did this eldritch orb become a sacred treasure of Ishgard, lending its power to every knight deemed worthy to bear the title of Azure Dragoon.
But there was a second eye he took.
A rousing tale, is it not? Would that I could still believe it. But your vision, which we must accept as immutable truth, leaves no room for doubt, save on one point. If Haldrath took both of Nidhogg's eyes, then how came this eye to be lodged in the worm's skull?
Hraesvelgr seems to be missing.
Beneath every answer we unearth, another question lies buried. 'Twas a fierce battle, but one I knew we would win. Your fame is well deserved, warrior of light. Full proud am I to have fought at your side. I would fain return with all swiftness to Ishgard to inform the Lord Commander of our triumph. But we must first have words with Hraesvelgr. There are parts of this tale that the worm has kept from us, and I would know wherefore.
Yeah, I'm thinking now that that yellow eye, that is definitely Hraesvelgr's eye, and either bequeathed it or entrusted it to Nidhogg. Because otherwise, how did Nidhogg get Hraesvelgr's eye? And if it's not Hraesvelgr's eye, then what happened to the other eye that Haldrath took? And how did Hraesvelgr lose an eye? Though Nidhogg is fallen, my heart is yet heavy. And the stain of corruption pleases me not. When all has been put to rest, I must needs forge my armor anew. double stack or something. Oh. The song begins. Justinian would know the origin of Nidhogg's mysterious eye. With Nidhogg fallen, none save Racevalgar remains to answer our questions. Let us trouble the worm again. And if Iceheart yet lingers at Zenith, all the better. I would have her hear the truth from the dragons. Okay. There it is. Hide your Moogles. This Moogle is scouring every nook and cranny in Zenith. Hide and seek seemed like such a fun game at first, but I had no idea everyone would be so good at it. Now I just want to go home. Could you find the other 3 Moogles and tell them it's time to leave? Well, wait a minute. There's one right there, and the other one's right here. Why do I have a feeling he's right there? She has scarce moved since last we parted. Racevalgo's confession will soon shake her from her stupor. 'Twas you, was it not? The furious screams of the dragons carried far. You have slain Nidhogg. What more could you desire from this place? Will you not allow Racevalgo to mourn the death of his kin in peace? Spare us your sanctimonious judgment, Ice Maiden. We have a gift for the Great Worm, and a mystery that can no longer lie buried. Lady Iceheart, the Dragonsong War has all but consumed your life, and claimed many of your followers. 'Tis time you learned the truth of its beginning, the whole truth, that we may at last bring this bitter conflict to an end. Sound the horn, warrior of light.
You mean the moment I prized your eye from his head?
Es ole draonik es set nizek an es an stra of an. Tom Fall
I knew he gave his eye.
Es easy an ihn.
It was yours. Your strength that sustained Nidhogg all these years.
Would that Haldreth had dealt the worm a killing blow.
Kom an I foran kin lun ach es mon in. Nå skal han stra av an urstjas anan.
And so you acquiesced. You surrendered your eye to Nidhogg, knowing full well the suffering he would inflict.
This one som an sin inkin in ela. Ratan in e. Esklos niseg a. Liz esk an gaan. I'm fire. Call an. Tolos ineskla. Kas echi shinso. Sek mon ina an. Srei snowfall in sith I an.
And thus did betrayal beget unending vengeance. Unrest in Ishgard. Justinian is frustrated by yet another mystery. Though he lifted not a single claw, 'twould seem that Racewager wreaked his own manner of vengeance against us.
'Twas my life's goal to slay Nidhogg, but I find there is little joy to be had in its accomplishment.
But you have rid the world of a hate-filled creature, and ended a bloody war in so doing.
I lost my family to Nidhogg's flames, and 'twas with fury in my heart that I took up the lance. Every blow I struck in the name of vengeance. We were not so different, he and I.
I will not judge you for your deeds. I have not the right. Too many innocents have perished in the name of my greater good.
Yet even with all that has passed, the tale is incomplete. We are short a great worm's eye. Of the pair which Haldreth took from Nidhogg, only one is known to us, the one I bear. What then became of the other? Why did Nidhogg, who had taken such pains to prolong the Dragonsong War, suddenly decide to hurl his entire army against the walls of Ishgard? Lord Commander. Aye. The deed is done. Nidhogg is slain. What? In the city? A battle with whom? At once, Lord Commander. Hold firm till our return. Fighting has broken out in the city. Lord Emmerich was sparse with the particulars, but it seems some commoners threw open the gates to a force of heretics.
I gave no order to attack.
Are we to mark the end of the Dragonsong War by spilling the blood of our own? Mayhap Hraesvelgr was right about us. Let us away, Warrior of Light. The people must be saved from themselves.
Wait! I would join you! There has been enough violence. I will appeal to my people in the city and make them see reason.
Come then, Lady Iceheart. Let us write the final chapter in this damnable war.
A small army of heretics has invaded the city, Your Eminence. But there is no cause for concern. A sizable contingent of our soldiers is already in place to repel the Dravanian assault, and the intruders will soon find themselves outnumbered and outmatched.
Our plans proceed apace, then?
Yes, Your Eminence. This unrest shall serve to feed the people's fear of the heretics and the dragons both.
And lend renewed fervor to their prayers for deliverance. Very good. Grant our guests what time they need to sow a measure of chaos, then order the Temple Knights to crush them.
Your will be done.
The moment is at hand.
Oh, Laha bread.
Excellent. All shall soon be in alignment. It is time for the Bringer of Light to die.
Oh, Horsefall.
Comrades, sheathe your swords! There is no need for further bloodshed!
My lady!
She is come!
Hear me, brothers and sisters! The war is ended! Nidhogg is no more! Aye, it is so! This adventurer and the Azure Dragoon laid the Great Worm low! The endless cycle of violence between man and dragon was born of our forefathers' treachery. You have followed me, bled with me, to bring this truth to light that we might all know peace. But Nidhogg is dead. Nidhogg is dead, my friends! He who bore such hatred towards Ishgard is dead! Let his hatred die with him, I say! Let us sheathe our swords and go in peace!
Have we lost?
No, my friend! Far from it! At long last, the peace for which we have so desperately fought is within our grasp. And I, for one, would not forsake it!
Peace?
Seize the witch! Let none escape!
Providing aid and succor to the wounded should be our first concern. If the heretics mean to observe the peace, then it would be folly not to do the same.
Let us see how long this peace lasts. That was rather too close for comfort, but 'twould seem that calm is returning to the streets. My mind, however, yet clamors with 1,000 questions. You return to Ishgard in the oddest of company, my friend. I need to use that. And all of them's like, I need a cuddle. He who would not be denied. Lord Hoshafar has more than a few questions to ask. That, my friends, was rather too close for comfort. Praise Helone that things did not end in bloodshed. I confess I was more than a little dismayed to see you in the company of Lady Iceheart. Whatever is going on, Myrokos? Beg pardon? You traveled to the Churning Mists together, along with Estinian? Never was there a more unlikely alliance, nor one so magnificently effective. Nidhogg dead, the heretics pacified. Father and Sir Emmerich must know of this. Let us break the news to them together. I will bring Sir Emmerich to Fortal Manor. Yes, an excellent suggestion. Very well, Myrokos, and I shall await you there. I see the tales they are telling in the streets. Lady Iceheart, infamous leader of the heretics, a ravishing beauty? They say her hair is white as ice. I wonder what the color of the hair... Honor, my boy, you're still here. Fancy that. My lord, that leer is most unbecoming. Oh dear. Okay.
Praise Helone, you are safe.
My safety was never in doubt, Father. For I had the Azure Dragoon and the Warrior of Light by my side. We bring the most wonderful tidings.
The infamous Lady Iceheart, here in Ishgard? This is most unexpected.
She has done much to quell the violence. The Inquisition may not approve, but we are glad of her presence.
And with the Great Worm's demise, even our nation's more reactionary elements will have scant grounds to press for her immediate impeachment.
My thoughts exactly.
What of the truth revealed to us by Hraesvelga? That the origins of the Dragonsong War, a core tenet of Ishgardian faith, are quite unlike those depicted in the scriptures.
That men and dragons once lived together in harmony, and that it was man's treachery which shattered the peace and plunged our peoples into war.
The same scripture also describes the origins of the High Houses. Were it exposed as false, the legitimacy of our rule would be called into question. If both Highborn and Lowborn can trace their ancestry to Thordan and his Knights 12...
But a single sip of dragon's blood is required to confirm their lineage.
If the Holy See knew of this and chose to remain silent, their crimes are grievous indeed. Regardless, this state of affairs cannot be allowed to continue.
Sir Emmerich, you cannot mean to raise this matter with the Archbishop.
Pray consider what you are proposing. If the Holy See chose to conceal the truth for centuries, what reason would they have to reveal it now?
At best, you will be branded a heretic and clapped in irons.
Then at least the Archbishop will have shown his true colors. My friends, this war will never truly be at an end until the truth is made known. You must see what lies on the horizon if it is not. When ruled by fear of a common enemy, we were united. But now we have none. During the war, the Highborn needed men to lead, and the Lowborn men to follow. Not anymore. 'Tis but a matter of time before the old order is called into question. Lady Iceheart will share the truth with her followers, and the Holy See will be powerless to stop its spread. The disenfranchised will rise up united, and blood will flow in the streets once more. A divided Ishgard will not survive.
Tread carefully, Lord Commander.
My lady, is it wise to let him go? I sympathize with the Lord Commander's desire for reform, but to approach the Archbishop in this manner bespeaks an idealism to which I did not think Sir Emmerich prone.
Though he comports himself as a realist, he has long dreamt of reform. 'Twas that idealism which first drew me to him, that which made me swear an oath to serve. We must not think of ways to hinder his cause, but rather ways to aid it, even should the Holy See cry heresy.
You cannot mean...
If the Lord Commander does not return from the vault at the appointed hour, I mean to go and fetch him.
Have care, my lady. Your words border on treason. Should they reach the wrong ears, you will be declared an enemy of Ishgard.
That is a risk I am willing to take. Lest you forget, my lord, I am not born of this land. My loyalty is to the Lord Commander alone. But I speak only of what may come to pass. If the rumors regarding his heritage are to be believed, we have naught to fear.
Lies and slander.
Forgive me, what rumors are these?
That Sir Emmerich is the Archbishop's bastard son. Senior clergy are not permitted to marry and sire children. But even the holiest among us are not immune to temptation.
I labor to believe it. Sir Emmerich is truly the Archbishop's son.
He has never been publicly acknowledged as such, but the rumors have plagued him since childhood. That he rose to his current position, despite being despised as a bastard and accused of profiting from his father's influence, bespeaks the quality of his character. It is my hope that on this occasion, the burden of his birth will work in his favor. Should our worst fears be realized, the Archbishop will not be so quick to execute his own flesh and blood, affording us time to mount a rescue.
Bastard or trueborn, he is our nation's best hope. If the Holy See dares to threaten him, I shall lead the charge against the Vault myself.
Hear, hear! The future of Ishgard rests on Sir Emeric's shoulders. I too will do mine utmost to aid his cause.
Orshafon, be reasonable.
A knight lives to serve, Father. To aid those in need. The people need Sir Emeric more than ever, and we may be his only hope. There is no greater calling for a knight than to save the life of his fellow man. I swear to you, on the sigil of our house, that I shall do this and make you proud.
Even you? Romantic, reckless fools, the lot of you. So be it. Make your preparations.
I thank you all for your support.
Whew. Well, that was a rather long, not cutscene, but just long progression of MSQ. Of all the people, he should know better. Far be it from me to criticize a man for his blind idealism, but he might at least have pretended to consider another course. If we must risk the fortunes of our house to bring this truth to light, then so be it. But are you truly prepared to do this? To face the Heavens Ward in battle if you must? Have no fear, Father. My arm will not falter. My shield will not break. I promise you, we shall prevail. Oh. Though your assistance is most welcome, I fear it will not be enough. Few as we are, we will struggle to reach the Lord Commander. If we are to succeed, we must needs recruit others to our cause. The Lord Commander has need of us, and we of him. We must act now. Ill-weathered friends. Adversity acquaints a man with strange bedfellows, as Alphino knows only too well. But how are we to carry out this bold endeavor, even with an army of knights at our backs? A direct assault on the vault seems unlikely to succeed. You are correct, Master Alphino. Not even the assembled might of House Rota and the Temple Knights would be sufficient. With the support of another party, however, we may yet stand a chance. You speak of one of the other high houses. Precisely the opposite. I speak of the revolutionaries rumored to reside in the Broom. 'Twas these disgruntled Ishgardians who opened the gates of our city to the heretics, I believe. But of course, if their hatred of the Holy See drove them to such deeds, they might well be persuaded to assist Sir Emeric's rescue, knowing the truth he would lay bare. Such is my hope. Master Alphino and I would have you and Myrokos reach out to them. As a Temple Knight and sworn servant of the Holy See, any overtures I make are doomed to fail. But as outsiders, the two of you may receive a warmer welcome. Very well. We shall seek out the leader of these revolutionaries and make our case. My thanks. Estinian, will your brothers heed your command if you order them to stand aside? The Dragoons have no love for politics, my lady. They will gladly watch and wait while the Highborn fight amongst themselves. How very wise. Myrokos, we should hurry to the Forgotten Knight. Tataru may have knowledge of the revolutionaries. This Highland Knight is in mourning. We recently held a ceremony to honor the passing of Sir Clodobind, third son of House Highland, but I was surprised to see none of the Rose Knights from Camp Cloudtop in attendance. Not that they should abandon their camp, mind you, but at the very least I expected to see Ron Tremont or perhaps Lady Laniite in attendance. I'm sure that her reasons for not I'm sure she has her reasons for not attending, but Ron Tremont is a dear friend of mine, and I know how he cared for Clodobind. They worked quite closely together for many years down to the very end. Which is why I want you to present this to him. The battle standard reads during the ceremony. I am certain he would have attended if he could, and at the very least I should think he would appreciate a memento from the ceremony. Okay, so that's for the Sea of Clouds. Yeah, that's for the Sea of Clouds. But I need to get slightly better, footwear. Not having gotten anything for my caster. Yeah, I got Tank and I got Monk and Samurai. Weaponsmiths. Well, it is coming up on 5 hours. My goodness, this is the longest stream I think I've done. I think I'm gonna pause here for right now, because it has been going on for a long while. Then when next we pick up, we will be continuing the MSQ. Looks like we are going to be talking with people in the room. And until then, see you anon, friends.